Thank you. Please be seated. All right, council, we are on the record on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court's called this hearing due to a jury question the court received. The jurors identified a missing instruction, and I've discussed that with counsel. The court has now drafted a proposed new instruction. A few things I'll note, looking at the case law in the case, I'm citing a case Crawford versus State, and that's 160 Idaho 586 that indicates if a jury with its note indicates that there's any kind of a defect or gap in the instructions, then the trial court has the duty to give such additional instructions on the law as are reasonably necessary to alleviate the jury's doubt or confusion. I'll also note that Idaho Criminal Rule 30C states that the court may further instruct the jury after deliberations have begun, either in writing or explain the instructions in open court, and further instruction or explanation must be made part of the record. So we are going to put that on the record. In addition, Idaho Code 192204 allows for the jury to return after they've retired for deliberation to address a question such as the one that's been posed here by the jury foreperson. So in order to address the question, then I'll note on the record, I've advised counsel and shown them the question the court received. I'm going to have the jurors return, and the court has now drafted an additional instruction, which is jury instruction number 42. And that is an instruction relating to the elements as they relate to count 6 of the amended indictment. So beginning with the state then, has the state had an opportunity to review the instruction number 42?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any objection to the court reading that instruction to the jurors at this time?
No objection.
Has the defense been able to review instruction number 42?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is there any objection from the defense to the court reading the instruction at this time?
There is no objection to the court reading the instruction at this time.
Okay, thank you, counsel. We'll have the jurors return then, and that will include the alternate jurors as well. The court will go through the reading of instruction 42, and one additional original copy of the instruction will be provided to the jurors with their instruction packet, along with courtesy copies they'll have of this new instruction. So, Mr. Bailiff, if you would please have the jurors return to the courtroom at this time.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The court received a jury question from the presiding juror, and the question states as follows, quote, Judge Boyce, as to count 6, is there an instruction listing the elements? The court went back and reviewed the instructions you were provided, and despite best efforts to give you all the necessary instructions, in fact, you were not provided an instruction as you've requested and should have been. So for that reason, the court now is giving you one additional instruction that you may consider in your deliberations, and that is now instruction number 42. So the court will now read through instruction number 42, and after it's been read through, you'll be able to continue with your deliberations. So jury instruction number 42 reads as follows. In order for the defendant to be guilty of first-degree murder as alleged in count 6 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on October 18, 2019. 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, engaged in conduct or did aid, abet, advise, or procure another to engage in conduct which caused the death of Tammy Daybell. 4, with malice aforethought. And 5, the murder was a willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. Premeditation means to consider beforehand whether to kill or not to kill, and then to decide to kill. There does not have to be any appreciable period of time during which the decision to kill was considered, as long as it was reflected upon before the decision was made. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not premeditation. Aiding and abetting is defined as follows: all persons who participate in a crime either before or during its commission by intentionally aiding, abetting, advising, or counseling another to commit the crime with intent to promote or assist in its commission are guilty of the crime. All such participants are considered principals in the commission of the crime. The participation of each defendant in the crime must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements 1 through 4 above, or failed to prove any of the circumstances listed in element 5, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that elements 1 through 4 above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and you unanimously agree that the state has proven any of the above circumstances under element 5 beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that the state has failed to prove any of the above, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that all of the above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. So that concludes reading of jury instruction number 42. The court will have you include that in your deliberations, and that original instruction will go back with you to the jury room for your deliberations. Thank you for your patience in addressing this matter, and thank you for the question to address that as well. All please rise for the jury then. All right, thank you. We're in recess.
Judge, is it still the court's position 30 minutes within notification?
I think so, Mr. Pryor. I think that helps
you, Your
us
Honor.
keep things moving. If we have any other questions or a verdict,
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you.
agenda records
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Scott Reich. This is Crime Talk. We've been bringing you the trial from start to finish for the people of the state of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. And apparently we have a verdict. Deliberations began after closing arguments on Tuesday. Here we are Thursday afternoon. And we're going to bring it to you live. Unfortunately, I was able to be here today. I thought I was going to be in a trial, even though I originally thought it was going to be the trial. And it got dismissed. I'm here, but I'm going to go to CrimeCon tomorrow. And what a pain it is. So anyway, yeah. So we're here, and we're gonna bring you the trial. So sorry about that. I'm sorry. Got a little distracted there by something else. I'm trying to keep my focus here. Anyway, so here we have it. Obviously, the jury has been making their deliberations as it relates to Chad Daybell, whether in fact he killed his wife, Tammy Daybell, or was a part of a conspiracy that resulted in the death of his wife, Tammy Daybell, as well as JJ and Tylee. The closing arguments were actually pretty good. Actually, closing arguments were yesterday, weren't they? Yes. Geez, I thought they were Tuesday, but there was actually Wednesday. So the jury hasn't actually deliberated that long when you think about it. And, one could say, gee, it's a quick verdict. It must be a defense verdict. I don't think so. We'll have to wait and see. Then what will happen is they were going to do the penalty phase. Now, what will take place? Will they start immediately? Unlikely. My guess is they'll probably take a little bit of time, perhaps a day or two, because then the jury has to then, once again, hear some evidence, the aggravating factors. Some evidence will be presented, more than likely family members and things of that nature. The defense can put on mitigation, which can include really anything, including family members pleading for his life. It can be that simple, saying, hey, he lived a law-abiding life up until this time. Don't blame us. Don't blame me if I'm, don't give me death. So we'll have to wait and see, obviously, what the verdict is. Obviously, we'll give him the presumption of innocence because he's entitled to that. It was a relatively quick verdict. I mean, it seems like it was, I guess, the instructions on Tuesday, everything else on Wednesday. We started watching it just yesterday. And I was watching it, and the prosecution did a good job in their closing argument, very methodical. They went through it. Chad Daybell's, attorney, John Pryor, he was there, and oh, look, okay, everyone's there. And I can tell you from an attorney's perspective, and particularly that of a defendant as well, there's two bad moments in a trial.
Thank you. Please be seated.
You say, you're waiting for a verdict, and then when they say they have a verdict, that is very. So let's go ahead and I'll stop talking, and we'll see what the court had to say. John Pryor, though, looks a little glum, doesn't he? Thinking that's a quick one. Prosecutors, though, everybody's nervous. You never know what a jury will do. Generally, you know what a jury will do.
All right. I apologize. It'll take me a moment here to get logged on, and then we'll get started.
Okay. So we've had a lot of kind of a busy day, and I guess it all kind of works out. Obviously, now we have the verdict here for Chad Daybell. We've got the verdict watch for.
Okay, we're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court's been advised that the jury has reached a verdict. The court will note the parties are present. The state's present with Mr. Wood, Ms. Blake, Mr. Wixom, and Ms. Beatty. Mr. Pryor's here representing the defendant, Mr. Daybell. And the court at this time is going to instruct the jurors to please be brought into the courtroom. That will include our alternate jurors as well to be seated. And then I will have the marshal get the verdict form from the jury once they return to the courtroom. So if they can come in at this time, we'll have them brought in.
All right, please. Here's our President Counter for you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, the court's going to next just make a reference that there is a courtroom conduct order in effect in this proceeding to remain in effect. So I appreciate everyone complying with that order, as most of you have done throughout the proceedings in this case. At this time, then, the first matter I'd like to take up is to do a roll call of the jury for the record. So, Madam Clerk, if you could please conduct a roll call of our jury to make sure they're all present and properly seated at this time.
Juror number 1, red card number 27. Juror number 2, red card number 219. Juror number 4, red card number 631. Juror number 5, red card number 653. Juror number 7, red card number 752. Juror number 8, red card 1680. Juror number 9, red card number 823. Juror number 10, red card 1358. Juror number 11, red card 1365. Juror number 12, red card 716. Juror number 14, red card 997. And juror number 15, red card 1078.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for conducting the roll call. All right, at this time, I'm next going to inquire from the jury foreperson. Has the jury reached a verdict? All right, thank you. Mr. Bailiff, if you would please retrieve the verdict from the jury foreperson. Thank you. All right, the court has reviewed the verdict form. I'll note that all counts have been properly marked, as well as the verdict form's been properly dated and signed by the foreperson. The next step then is Mr. Daybell, if you and counsel would please rise. I'm going to have the clerk read the verdict.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho and for the County of Fremont. State of Idaho plaintiff versus Chad Guy Daybell defendant. Case number CR 22211623. Verdict. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled action for our verdict unanimously answer the questions submitted to us as follows. Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 2. In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Guilty. Question number 3. In regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 4. In regards to count 4 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? Guilty. Question number 5. In regards to count 5 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 6. In regards to count 6 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 7. In regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Question number 8. In regards to count 8 of the amended indictment, in regards to count 9 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Dated this 30th day of May, 2024, and signed by the presiding juror.
All right, Madam Clerk, thank you for reading the verdict. At this time, I'm just going to collectively ask the jurors, all of you, is this in fact your unanimous verdict on each of those counts? Very well. At this time, I'm going to inquire if the parties wish to have the jury polled. Does the state wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Does the defense, Mr. Pryor, wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well, then. I'm going to direct the clerk to record the verdict. At this time, then, this does conclude the guilt phase of this trial. Because the defendant has been convicted on counts of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, the state has filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty, and so a second phase of this trial, called the sentencing phase, will be taking place next. We're going to take a recess at this time for approximately an hour. We will come back on the record and begin with the start of that sentencing phase of the trial. I would like to remind everyone that this courtroom conduct order is still in application throughout these proceedings. Thank you all for complying with that. We are going to take that recess at this time. Mr. Daybell is to remain in custody at this time for the commencement of the sentencing phase. And with that, thank you all, and we will be in recess.
All right, please.
All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Brought to you live right here on Crime Talk. We had, to all counts, guilty, first-degree murder. As it relates to Tammy Daybell, guilty. First-degree murder as to Tylee Ryan, guilty. First-degree murder charges to JJ Vallow, guilty. Guilty. Insurance fraud, guilty. I was a little surprised. I thought the judge would set the penalty phase over until maybe tomorrow. But he's like, nope, we're going to take an hour-long recess, and we're going to resume and let's begin again for the penalty phase. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think anyone's really surprised. Yes, the defense did what they could do, pretty overwhelming odds. And I'm telling you that it's always the defendant's own words that get them. And that phone call when Lori Vallow calls from jail and he's basically like, oh, they're getting warm. They're getting warm. And people run, they all these little pretend worlds they want to live in, and they think it's all going to, I mean, what the heck? It's just weird. And finally, justice for JJ, Tylee, and Tammy Daybell. This case wouldn't have, frankly, if it wasn't for the Woodcocks trying to say, hey, I want to see my grandson. Maybe, who knows? This could have just been, oh, everything's fine. Oh, the kids are great. They're visiting family. But they kept on it and say something's not right. Ultimately, it was a little slow getting the police involved, and they finally did it. What it boils down to is the jury did not believe that, Chad Daybell was victim number 5. He was, in fact, a co-conspirator. And, it just shows you, and we talk about this, sex, drugs, and alcohol, man. There will always be crime. People have their impulses. And in this case, the defense was basically, here we got Lori Vallow, rocks his world. And next thing you know, a guy who's never really had much as even a speeding ticket is so enthralled, entangled, infatuated, whatever word you want to use, but he wanted to be with Lori Vallow. She believed his stuff that he was spouting, and they fed on one another, and it led to 3 innocent people being killed for what? Money, greed. Lori Vallow couldn't get out of Charles Vallow because he had changed the beneficiary on the insurance policy and went to Kay Woodcock because he knew something wasn't right. Didn't want her to get the money. She would have had $1 million. So then what did she do? The next plan was JJ and Tylee going to get their money. Chad Daybell gets the insurance policy, some $300,000 for the death of Tammy. The jury says guilty. So now the jury's going to have to make the ultimate decision. Does he live or does he die? Now, don't get me wrong. Let's get realistic, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody's been put to death in Idaho, I think, in the last 40 years. So even if the jury comes back with that recommendation to the court, ultimately, will it ever be carried out? Who knows? If you're a betting man, yeah. Now, like I said, I always think that, the coolest thing, if Timothy McVeigh trial, remember the Oklahoma City bombing? He could have been he'd still be alive with all his appeals and everything going on today, right? And he's like, nope, withdraw the appeals. Let's do this thing. And they said a death warrant. He's like, let's get it over with. Part of you is kind of like, that's hardcore, man. That's hardcore. Now, I don't see Chad Daybell doing that in any way possible. Who knows? Now, could there be some possibility between now and the next hour that maybe there's some sort of, hey, take death off the table and I will not appeal the case, just take your multiple life sentences and go away? Yeah, possible, but I don't think so. It's going to be, if you ever seen a death penalty aggravation and sentencing hearing, they can be very, very emotional. Remember, these jurors are human beings. And they've just found that he has basically conspired with others, Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, to kill 3 people for money. That's pretty bad. That's pretty darn heinous, is it not? And there you go. I mean, it's guilty on all counts. So, like I said, hats go off, obviously, to the Woodcocks. My condolences once again to the Woodcocks. You know, the grandparents to JJ, but they were there for Tylee as well, and even for Tammy, because, you know, it's just weird. It was like a made-for-TV movie kind of stuff. Here you got Chad Daybell. I mean, this writer, prepper guy has a couple of kooky beliefs, so to speak. And, you know, he's going around seeing people. Lori Vallow sees husband number 5. That's right. He may not be victim number 5, but he was husband number 5. And he fell for it. He fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. And he went along with the nonsense. And guess what? He is now going to spend, if not the rest of his life in prison, he may potentially die for it. Do you think he's sitting there thinking, oh my gosh, I'm so remorseful? Or is he saying, worth it? I don't think he is. I don't think he is. But you didn't see any emotion from him. He knew, you know, he sits there and he stares at the jury. He can read the jury. He knows what's going on. The defense did what he had to do. He has a constitutional right to make the prosecution prove their case. And then it's a death penalty case. You're going to make him go prove it. It's that simple. That's what's going to happen. And the prosecution did. And, you know, they had practice. They had the first time through, they had Lori Vallow. And, you know, the sad thing is that really the mastermind of all of this. Now, I know the prosecution thinks that Chad Daybell was the mastermind, but I think Lori Vallow really was the one that kind of planted the seed. She's not going to get the death penalty. She wouldn't waive speedy trial because of delays that the prosecution had failed to turn over various documents and records in the case. And the judge imposed a pretty severe sanction, which was, I'm not going to let you use that. And I'm going to say that you can't go forward on the death penalty. Pretty severe sanction for one of the most culpable people, because these were Lori Vallow's kids, for goodness sakes. And like I said, that's maybe going to be the best argument, I guess, for the defense. Well, Lori Vallow didn't get put to death, but, you know, each case has to be viewed independently. The reality of it is, like I said, the jury, you know, they didn't deliberate long. What did we go? 31 days, I think, was day of trial.
30 days and 31 was closing.
Okay, so 30 days of testimony. 31st day was closings. And they didn't deliberate that long. I mean, they had a case half a day yesterday. They came back half a day, roughly 8 hours on a 3-week trial. I guess that's about right. But, you know, what do you think? They get back there and like, yeah, we think the guy did it. You know, they can go through their deliberations any way they want. They can go through them slowly, quickly, you know, show of hands, who wants to talk about it. And they did it. So let's see here. We'll take some of the questions. Let's see here. All the comments are going by so fast. Gee, Frank, do you think we should put the telephone line up and see what people have to say about it? So, yeah, for those who have just joined us, obviously Chad Daybell was found guilty of all counts. First degree murder as to his wife, Tammy Daybell, first degree murder as it relates to Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow, and then guilty and as it relates basically murder for money, remuneration, as well as insurance fraud. Went down on everything. And, you know, frankly, I mean, he got a fair trial. He really did. I mean, he had all the time that he needed, and now the jury has spoken. He had a, what's the word I'm looking for? He had a more than competent attorney. He put on a defense. He subjected people to cross-examination. if there's appellate issues, that'll be raised, obviously, but I don't think there's going to be any effective assistance of counsel claims that can be raised, given what was presented at court. Pryor did the best he could. And now, of course, he's got to, there's always that tough part when you got to go talk with the client afterwards. I'm sure they've had this conversation a bazillion times. All right, if I am found guilty, now what? Okay. And, the question is, obviously, Chad Daybell did not testify at his own trial. Will he testify at his sentencing phase? I doubt it. If I was his attorney, I would not do that or recommend that he do that. But he ultimately gets the kind of the last word at sentencing. All right. So we put up our phone number. If you'd like to call in and want to say what you think about the verdict, 725-228-TALK, 725-8255. Only one requirement. You can't be listening through your computer because there's a delay. So you got to just talk on the phone. But, let me know what you think about the verdict. Are you happy with it? I'm sure most people are. Not going to second guess the jury on this. They made their decision based upon the evidence there was. There's more than ample evidence, I think, that Chad Daybell could have been and obviously was found guilty. But yeah, it's, he had his day in court, and I just wonder if those few months of lust was worth it. I mean, that's really what it boils down to. He wanted to be with Lori Vallow and didn't want to have those pesky kids, right? His kids were raised. He didn't want to raise kids. She was tired of her kids. My God, their work. And what's the best way to do that? I guess get rid of them. But I mean, that just sounds terrible, I guess, when that just came out, doesn't it? But that's what the mentality was of these two or three, if you include Alex Cox, was to get rid of these people. And the sad thing is Alex Cox will never face any justice whatsoever because he's dead. So you never know. I mean, you just never, ever know. Like I said, I mean, look at Chad Daybell. I mean, look at that kind of a doofus looking guy, probably done everything right, basically in his life up to that point. And this one girl just rocks his world. And that lust, he wanted to be with her. And it overrode everything that he ever was taught, whether through family, his church, society, any other relationships, that this woman put such a, I wouldn't say spell on him, but just, it was so infatuated with being with her that, it's just crazy. So let's give a big shout out to Frank, the hardest working man in show business, because he has been here for the last 31 days, making sure that we brought you every minute from gavel to gavel coverage of the trial every day. He has watched more trials than he probably ever thought that he would in his lifetime until he started working here. Even simultaneous now, we've got the Brian Koberger case where they're fighting over disclosure issues. And Frank's keeping that one going up as well. And of course, we still have the Karen Reed trial. That one's getting interesting. I'm not sure how that one's going to go, but it's definitely interesting for sure. Someone wants to know, did he get the money from Netflix? No, I don't think they get any money from Netflix. That was all public information, I believe, that they did that. Nope. No money from there. So there you go. Can you believe? I mean, finally over. My gosh, 4 years now, right? 4 years. And we started covering this case literally from the beginning. And here we are 4 years later. It's basically finally just about done. Now, don't get me wrong. It'll go on for years and years and years. And don't forget, we still have the Lori Vallow trial. I think she's going to was it August, maybe October, I think, for her trial down in Arizona for the conspiracy to commit the death of Charles Vallow, husband number 4, the one she had to get rid of, the one she tried to kill for $1 million. And here's the thing, man. Can you imagine if they had gotten away with this? I mean, can you imagine the number of bodies? I mean, she is just, I don't know. There's something evil about that woman. I don't know if Lori Vallow, you can get it. There's something in her eyes. Like, it's just like, I don't know. It's like, she's just not there. She's hollow inside. I don't know. And like I said, Chad Daybell, we got that picture of him with John Pryor, but he's just this guy, he's been putzing around his life, his last 54 years, I think, he's been around. And you know what? At 50, this guy gets a midlife crisis. A woman that he's like, hey, she's pretty attractive, is interested in him, wants to hear about it. Everything he has to say, hangs on his every word. And all of a sudden, boom, his whole life has changed. Not to mention, obviously, that of JJ and Tylee. And don't forget Tammy as well. And now the family, and I get the family. I mean, I'm not going to throw stones at the family. I mean, they're in a tough situation. Their mother's now gone. They believe that their father had nothing to do with it. 12 other people obviously disagree, and they can hold that opinion. And, I mean, it's their father. I mean, they're going to have to come to terms with that. Oh, someone's let me know. Scott, it's called femme fatale. Yeah, femme fatale. It has been fatal. Females, be careful. I disagree with your chat analysis. He was playing the field before Lori. Doris, I see that. Really? Who else was he playing the field with? Did I miss all that? I mean, he may have been. I don't know. But obviously, Lori Vallow was the one that made him take the big step where he thought he was, felt so confident enough, and he was so, they're married in this previous life, all this freaking nonsense. I just don't get this. Like, what world are some people living in? I mean, really, to think that you're gonna, I mean, if somebody walked up to you and said, you are my spouse from a previous marriage, you would say, dude, you need to get some help. You need to do that. But people go along with this nonsense. And I don't know what it is. Like there's people in the world, they think that they can believe whatever they want to, and it's all going to be okay. And I guess you can do that. But, obviously when you start hurting people or you start making people believe that that's what you want to do, or everybody has to believe what you believe, that gets a little weird. But I mean, what kind of fantasy world did these people think they were actually living in? What fantasy world were they living in? I mean, it's complete nonsense. I don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe he was scooting around but wasn't killing people till Lori. Lori, like I said, he may have been doing, I don't know. I don't recall other allegations that he was running around town with other women. I would think it'd be really tough to do in a small town like that. But I guess he was going on these road shows, selling his books and giving his survival speeches. But, at the end of the day, Lori Vallow's the one that made him throw it all away. I mean, I bet he's thinking that simple life is actually pretty darn good right about now. But he didn't want it. He wanted something different. So crazy stuff. And, we broke shortly after 2:00 when they read the verdict. It didn't take long. For those who didn't hear it, guilty to all counts. Little of no emotion at all from Pryor. No emotion from Chad Daybell. And he kind of sat down, kind of slumped in his chair. The judge did ask if the prosecution wanted to poll the jury, and Pryor was asked the same thing, and he said no. It doesn't really change anything, but I personally like to poll the jury, even on, when you lose, and not just necessarily, to say, hey, if there's a juror that's maybe swaying, maybe just hanging on there, oh, gee, I don't know, is this your verdict? And they have to say no. I've had that happen. Well, is this your verdict? No. Oh, okay, go back and, deliberate some more. It happens not very often at all, but you give them that opportunity. And guess what? It convinces the client as well. Hey man, 12 people just got up here and said as a group, and then individually, is this your verdict? Yes. But nothing says you have to do it. There's nothing that says you're not a good attorney if you don't do it. And like I said, we don't have the angle that all of the attorneys in the courtroom have. Obviously, Mr. Pryor and Chad Daybell got to stare at that jury for the last 31 days. And they knew their decision has been made. And it was going to be kind of an all or nothing. I think the only thing that was up in the air, but obviously not, where the defense tried to make some inroads as it relates to the cause of death of Tammy Daybell. But the jury obviously believes that it was murder and it was conspiracy to commit murder. And conspiracy, man, it's an agreement between two or more people to commit an illegal act. And even if you didn't do that act, if you did something, you took that affirmative step to engage in that conduct, in for a penny, in for a pound, unless you shout out to the world, I am withdrawing from this illegal conduct, this conspiracy. I want nothing to do with it. And obviously that didn't take place, but those text messages, and yes, that's the way people communicate these days. Nobody does anything in person. And I'm certainly not advocating for anybody to commit crime, but by God, have you learned nothing from all these trials? These individuals, text message, criminal conduct, the emails, the text messaging, the phone calls, the cell phone data. I mean, it's brutal. And the stuff about all of that technical stuff is it doesn't lie. It doesn't change. Its memory doesn't fade. It doesn't not come to court. And it is what it is. Like, oh, your phone's not here. Okay, well, yeah, of course your phone wasn't there when Alex Cox was at your house, burying JJ and Tylee on the property, because you knew that was going to take place and you were trying to distance yourself because you're thinking Alex Cox is the bad guy. Let him deal with the consequences if he ever gets caught. It's I don't know. It's taken 4 years, but at least there is justice. There is justice for JJ, Tylee, and now Tammy Daybell. So we have that going for us. And now the question is, should he live or should he die? Since nobody wants to call in, tell me what they think. Put it in the comments. A thumbs up for he should get life, or thumbs down for death. Sissy, I will never understand why the children were buried in Chad's backyard. That is insane. That is truly, truly insane. Frank and I went out there. We went out to the property, and although it's, kind of on the outskirts of town, and literally if you go down one of the roads, there's like not a whole lot out there. But the one thing you notice when you fly into Idaho is how big it is, how large a forest everything is. And yet you would put the children on the property. Is that some sort of weird ritual that they were engaging in? to have the kids close by. Arrogance, perhaps. Arrogance. Thinking you're going to get away with it. It's interesting. It's truly interesting, for sure. I don't know. I mean, 3 deceased individuals. One's your wife and 2 are kids under the age of 18. JJ was 7 years old. Tylee, teenager, getting ready to drive. Life cut short just like that. Chad Daybell can say, well, I didn't do it. Alex Cox was the one that did it. But you encouraged him. You aided him in doing all that. You might as well have done it yourself, because under the law, you're not treated any differently. And it's not 1, not 2, but 3 dead people. And, you can just give him 3 consecutive life sentences. What does it matter? He's going to die in prison, right? So he basically gets a volume discount for crime. I don't know. Death, not this. I guess we'll just have to wait and see what the mitigation comes forward on. And maybe he would throw himself on the mercy of the jurors to say, give me life. Don't kill me. I've been a good guy all these years up until now. And oh, by the way, Lori Vallow, she's the one that did it. I remember Lori Vallow's got her own legal issues and mental health issues. But it just shows you, ladies and gentlemen, how quickly one's life can change. Do you think old Chad Daybell would have said 5 years ago, 6 years ago, hey, I could be on trial for a death penalty case for the death of 3 people, including my wife? No. Where do people go wrong? Where was the influence? Is it all Lori Vallow's fault? I mean, like I said, you got Chad that had some pretty out there religious beliefs and thinking that he can light, dark, judging people, their energy. Pretty weird to me. If somebody started telling me all that stuff, I probably would, I don't know. Uh-oh. Breaking news here. Apparently, there's also a verdict on the Trump case. Ooh. Can we break to that? Somehow do a split screen if that's the case, Frank? Maybe go to like CNN or something. See if we can pull them in. I don't know. I'm just getting the text. Somebody else is watching it. There's a verdict in the Trump case. Wow. Whew. This is like a crime talk Lollapalooza, so to speak here. We got everybody. We got everything going down today. So, wow, here we go, man. And then we can jump back to the trial. We can jump back to the trial. We're going to bring, I guess, the Trump verdict live here. Jury deliberations 10 minutes ago. This must be super breaking. Hold on. No, okay. I got word that there was a verdict, but there apparently may not be. 10 minutes ago, they were still deliberating. I'm double checking. All right. Well, oh, no, it says the jury has reached a verdict in the Trump trial. The jury in the Donald Trump hush money trial in New York has finished deliberations and will soon announce its decision. Jurors to cover up a 2016 hush money payment to then exotic dancer Stormy Daniels, adult film actress. Hiding payments. Okay, yeah. Wow, big day. Boy, I'm glad my trial didn't go. I'm glad I wasn't flying to CrimeCon. I guess we'll do that tomorrow morning because there won't be anything to talk about. So we'll have to, check all this out. Good timing today. So I guess let's see if we can find a well, I guess they're not gonna there's not going to be a live feed, which is unfortunate because they didn't want that trial televised. You would think one of the most important historic trials in the history of the United States, a former president being put on trial, and who just happens to be one of the two people running for the presidency of the United States now, they would think, hey, we should probably put this out there for the world to see. Like I said, I think every courtroom should be open to the public and live streamed so that we can all literally watch what goes on any given day. But it isn't, and I don't know why. We'll just have to wait and see. Exciting stuff today, ladies and gentlemen. All right, for those who are just joining us, all the suspense is building. We had Chad Daybell found guilty of all counts in regards to the death of his wife, Tammy Daybell, and the deaths of Lori Vallow's children, Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. And so now we're going to go to the death penalty phase in his case, starting at a little after 2:00. That's going to be almost about 3:15 Mountain Time when they resume the death penalty phase, and the prosecution can put up witnesses. They'll probably put up the Woodcocks for aggravating circumstances. I mean, they've already said, hey, this guy did it. Now the question is, does he deserve to die for it? Scott, go meet Nate Eaton. Yeah, I will talk to anybody. I will talk to anybody as it relates to going out to CrimeCon. And if anyone's out there or going to be there, the lovely Miss Krista and I are, unfortunately, Crime Talk 1 is still in the shop, but I've got some good news. I think we're making progress. But I've never met mechanics that were so slow, thorough, maybe too thorough, protective. I know, thinking, they're probably thinking, oh my God, this guy's an attorney. We're going to dot our I's, check, dot our I's and cross our T's so that nothing bad happens. So they're being overly cautious, but that means delay and expense. So yet again, I will have to fly commercial. So it is what it is. We'll do what we have to do. Going to CrimeCon, we were there a couple of years ago. We didn't go last year. I think it was in Florida, if I recall. This year it's in Nashville. So the lovely Miss Kristen and I, we're going to depart tomorrow morning, head out early, peruse, do what we need to do, and then I will be departing to go to a court appearance in the great state of North Carolina for a matter that I need to work on, and then she'll be returning to Denver. So let's see here. I couldn't get CNN. I got Fox. Oh, you got it? Okay. I mean, this is going to be crazy. I mean, think about it. We've got the past president. No president has ever been charged criminally. And this is a weird case. Okay. Whether you like Trump or dislike Trump, the way things were handled in this particular case should concern lots and lots of people. But, that's the way it goes. And if there is a conviction, obviously there will be an appeal. The question is, all right, are they going to go to immediate sentencing? Are they going to wait for sentencing? Is the court going to revoke any bond that he is on? you know, you just never know. So like I said, and Frank, we'll have to maybe cut this out, and we're bringing, I wish there were cameras in the courtroom. And like I said, this judge, what a weirdo. Normally, every jury trial I've ever been, the jury gets to take the instructions back with them. Every jury. That's what takes place. This judge wouldn't allow them to take the jury instructions back. There's some 50 pages of jury instructions. And like I said, whether you like Trump, hate Trump, can't stand the man, think he's the biggest bag of garbage to walk the earth, this sets a dangerous precedent with, prosecuting politicians. I mean, that's normally what happens in kind of third world countries. The outgoing president gets prosecuted for some crime that they committed while they were, in office. Hence the reason why a lot of them don't leave. And then there's, coups and all this other weird nonsense. So I don't know. I think it sets a dangerous precedent. I don't know. Well, like I said, this has never happened before, and this is a first for us as well. I mean, we got 2 verdicts back to back just like this, man. Wow. Now, if we just had the Karen Reed trial, but they never go to court for the Karen Reed case. So we do know that President Trump had to remain in the courthouse. It's not uncommon for judges to say you must remain within 10 minutes of the courthouse. But obviously, when you have the president, it takes a little longer for his little entourage to get to and fro. So I guess it makes sense that you have to stay within the building. Like I said, most judges will make you remain within 10 minutes of the courthouse. Why? Because you don't want to delay the jury. You just don't want to delay the jury. So we'll just have to wait and see. And Lindenberg, I agree, no one should be above the law. But the timing, I mean, like, when you're president, they can't do litigation, but they should have done it, a long time ago. The feds wouldn't even prosecute this case. Some very unique legal theories, the no unanimity instruction as it relates to which crime did they commit. All right. Normally, let's say, for example, you have a charge where somebody has committed a crime of an allegation against a child, and it goes over a period of time, right? A sexual assault on a child type of case. You have this big time period, and the child's not going to remember, on May 30th and May 17th, these bad things happened, right? They'll say, well, no, it would be the first time he came into the room, or there was this time, the fondling type of situation. They don't have to establish the date. They have that range, and it's for the jury to decide if those took place. And let's say there's more than 2 events, so to speak, for like a pattern of conduct. The jury has to agree unanimously that those 2 events took place. And to say, well, there's a couple of crimes out there. You all pick. It's a little smorgasbord of crimes that you can pick from. Doesn't have to be unanimous, just as long as you pick a crime and go with it. I've never seen anything like that. I don't know. I've seen lots of firsts as it relates to trials lately. I mean, we've got the Lori Vallow case where everything was pretty much done in secrecy. Same thing with Chad Daybell. And think about it. Remember all the secrecy they had in the Chad Daybell? I know we're digressing here just a little bit because we're focusing on the verdict in the Trump case, but think about it. Was there anything that was so embarrassing that it would have affected the trial? All the evidence we saw and heard, but yet everybody said it all had to be done in secret. We couldn't hear about it in open court. Think about it. It's ridiculous. And like I said, my position is the courts, to have legitimacy, there needs to be transparency. People need to be to know exactly what's going on in their institutions. Heck, we have C-SPAN C-SPAN that, lets us do it. But I propose we go one step farther. I think that all lawmakers should have to wear body cams. And every day at the end of their day, we download their body cams and we can see who they met with, what they promised. And we should have it. It should all be out there for the world to see what they do, what they say, who they meet with, what promises are made, what back deal rooms or deals that are being made. It should all be out there. We should be able to know exactly what these politicians are doing all the time. Well, I think it's applicable to the courts as well. From the time they turn on the lights in the morning, what's going on in the courtroom? I get it. If there's no docket, we don't need to know what's going on, but everything should be on video. It is 2024 and, oh man, they're not going to do the verdict till 5:15. So we got a good 20 minutes. Well, I guess we'll see if I can talk for the next 20 minutes or so. Doris wants to know, what'd you think about the dumb Scotty Scheffler case? Well, we talked about that in our video today. Also in my video today, when we did it, the jury wasn't back on Chad Daybell. So I don't know, I guess we'll have to put in there, Scott knows, big banner across, Scott knows the verdict was guilty to all counts, something along those lines. But the Scotty Scheffler case never should have been filed in the first place. First of all, the guy's a detective and he's out working this event, so he's trying to make a few extra bucks. He's probably looking for an easy deal. This was cop ego got in the way of what should have taken place. You get confusing things. It never should have gone on, so to speak. I'm glad it got dismissed. I think it was interesting. The attorney that represented Scheffler, there was a video of him basically saying, this is why you don't talk to police, ladies and gentlemen. The cops had Scheffler in the car, handcuffed, asking him leading questions, trying to get him to agree that somehow he pulled away and dragged this police officer. And Scheffler's like, no, I didn't. I was told to go. Well, one of the guys, I didn't think he was a police officer. I thought, well, what would it matter? Because, I thought I spoke with the police officer who said to go. And this guy's telling me to stop. So it was just confusion, but apparently as part of that agreement under the Scotty Scheffler, the number one golfer in the world, is that he's basically agreed not to sue the city of Louisville for his wrongful arrest. Was it wrongful? Yeah, I probably think so. It was the cop's ego got in the way of that one. He couldn't stand that somebody could not listen to him. And like I said, he's a detective. How dare you not listen to me? And let alone you pull away and then the cop grabs onto the car. I mean, it was just weird. But anyway, all right, quick reset for those who are just joining us. I see we got I don't know, over 600 people, I guess, watching this. And we originally started out, it's been a busy day. We were watching the motions hearing in the Brian Kohberger case today as it relates to the documents that the prosecution has relied upon, but they haven't turned over to the defense. Prosecution's like, oh, I don't know. Well, we got all this, and it's not in our control. We're not going to use it, so why do we have to turn it over? Well, you have to turn it over. Then we broke away before they finished all of that legal analysis, so I'll have to go back and watch that and figure out exactly what took place. But then we broke away for the jury verdict of Chad Daybell, and so here we are now, and Chad Daybell was found guilty of all counts shortly after 2 p.m. Mountain Time. By the time they got the jury out, had them read the verdicts, guilty to all 6 counts, guilty to conspiracy to commit murder for Tammy Daybell, Tylee Ryan, and J.J. Vallow, and then also guilty in insurance fraud as well. So guilty on all of those 6 counts, all counts. And I thought the judge would say, well, all right, let's take a break until tomorrow. We'll do the death penalty phase of these proceedings beginning tomorrow. The judge was like, nope, see you all in an hour. Let's get rolling. Good for the judge. I mean, the jury's obviously made up their mind. They think he's guilty. Now the question is what are we going to do with him? Does he deserve to die? Or does he deserve to spend the rest of his life in prison like his wife, Lori Vallow, who was also found guilty of all the counts? And obviously, she didn't get the death penalty because the prosecution failed to turn over documents and she wouldn't waive speedy trial. And so the judge said, fine, I'll take the death penalty off as a sanction. Take that, prosecutor. Now, the thing that will be interesting to see is what is going on behind the scenes out there. There's going to be some last minute version of or a negotiation going on to try and spare his life. Hey, we won't appeal if you take death penalty off the table. Seeing that. We won't fight, agree to life, go beg. Whatever you got to do is the way they'll kind of look at it. Right. Or the prosecution's just getting all their witnesses ready and say, nope, you asked for it. You got it. Here we go. You deserve to die, Chad Daybell. Because remember, Mr. Woods thought early on that Chad Daybell was the mastermind, the leader, the master manipulator of all of this. And one of the reasons why obviously they went for death as it relates to him. I get it. You kill one person. Oops. 2, it was an accident. 3, ooh, man, you got a pretty cold heart. And so what do you do? Do you just give him the volume discount for crime? I don't think so. I don't know. Death penalty is a very personal thing. Some people are all for it. We don't have it here anymore. Our legislature took it away a couple of years ago. I've only done one death penalty case, and then we convinced them not to go death on the case, but we still went to trial. And client was convicted. Usually when you go death, you think they're pretty confident they got a case that they can convict you. Some people think, hey, you kill somebody, death, right? Not like a car accident or something like those, but you intentionally kill somebody and maybe burn their bodies, kill small children, kill your wife. Those types of things, bad, right? And like I said, when you have no death penalty, you get a volume discount. Some guy goes to prison on a death penalty case, kills other inmates. Oh, okay. Now don't really don't do that anymore. And they keep doing it. I've seen it. And inmates say, what are you gonna do? Send me to prison for the rest of my life? I'm here already for the rest of my life. Ooh, don't send me to prison. Ooh. Right. But with the death penalty, whether you like it or not, you would think that most people would have it just as a bargaining position, because I've seen it many, many times where the death penalty was taken off the table for life without parole. If you do a little bit of research as it relates to, kind of most states didn't have life without parole kind of until the late 60s, early 70s. And when there were death penalty cases coming on, they were basically bargaining, saying, hey, let's do life without parole. Oh, we can't do life without parole. It doesn't exist. So they kind of created it in lots of states. And it was a bargaining tool to avoid the death penalty. Some people were all for it. And, like I said, it's not there. The feds still have the death penalty statute. More states have it than don't. And, it's an individual thing. I was a little surprised here when they repealed it. The legislature just did it. You would think something of that importance would, they'd want the people to vote on it, but they didn't. In California, they have the death penalty, even though the legislature, I'm sure, would completely take that away if they voted for it. But it's been made law by the people on their referendum system. So it's a weird thing. And these jurors, when they do this, are going to have to, really kind of look inside themselves. When you see interviews with jurors that have been on death penalty cases, it's a heavy decision to say that person over there across the courtroom needs to die. And I think yeah, you have that power. Some jurors can handle it. I've seen interviews where some people are like, I can't believe I made that decision. Others like, I did it once, I'll do it again. It's just a very different thing. And, people respond to it differently. And, even these trials, lots of jurisdictions have counseling the jurors can get. I mean, as a defense attorney, we obviously see this stuff quite frequently, see it quite a bit. And you get kind of immune to it, maybe even, a little callous to it. But the reality of it is that you deal with it and you move on. Some people see, a couple dead bodies. You start seeing autopsies and the horrific things that other people can do to other human beings, like, I don't know, burning them, burying them in a yard somewhere. That can be pretty traumatic, particularly if you're not used to that type of stuff. So, yeah. Let's see here. The other thing I wish is you can't really tell in all cases, but when the jury comes out, sometimes you can tell. My experience is usually if the jury comes out and they're smiling, they have found your client not guilty. If they won't look at the prosecutors, they found them not guilty. If they won't look at you and your client, they found him guilty. So my guess is when the jurors came out in the Chad Daybell case that they weren't looking at Chad Daybell, even though they were probably looking straight ahead. They were probably avoiding eye contact with him, but they should have to look him in the eye if they impose the ultimate punishment of death. Charlotte wants to know, can we get Chad get a plea deal now to avoid the death penalty? He could. I mean, the only thing he could really offer at this point is, I won't appeal this case if you impose the maximum penalty, consecutive life sentences, 3 of them, and send me away, and I won't appeal. They'd have to go to the family. I think the Woodcocks are there in the courtroom. I think Kay, as I remember, didn't come back. They had something to go to, and somebody was ill or something to that effect. But Larry's there. Larry is there. So yeah, that could potentially be happening. So we'll have to wait and see. And then now we're waiting for the Trump verdict. Apparently the jury is back in the courtroom and the judge is there. The jury is being brought in, apparently. Let me see if I can give you the breaking news as it happens. Can we go to like a CNN, somebody? Oh, guilty verdict.
Where's that?
Uh-oh.
Where is that?
Looks like guilty on all.
What's that?
Trump, Fox.
Fox?
To an underlying crime. We are now 24 counts in, all guilty from the time.
24 counts, all guilty.
26 guilty. Now remember, each of these counts could maximum have 4 years in jail. President Trump would be considered a first-time offender. These are non-violent crimes. So it seems that it is unlikely the judge would. We're now up to 31 counts guilty.
Guilty on all counts. Guilty on all counts. Wow. 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 So, well, there you have it. Guilty on all counts. Former President Trump. Guilty on all counts. All 34 counts, each carry up to 4 years, 34 counts, 16, 12. So it looks maximum 136 years. Now, is he going to get 136 years in prison? No, but unheard of. Um,
34 count.
yeah. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of people crying foul that the charge should have been brought. It was lawfare against the president. And, some people say, oh, he wouldn't have been able to get a fair trial in New York. Certainly some irregularities for sure. But wow, guilty to all 34 counts. That means that they had to believe Michael Cohen. They believed him enough, or thought it was corroborated enough, that there was I'm sure it was more of the guy that owns the newspaper, of the Pecker, Peter Pecker, whatever. So anyway, yeah. Now the question is, what happens next? And of course, now the second guessing begins. Oh my gosh, should he have testified? Should he not have testified? Should he, the defense wasn't allowed to put up their expert witness of the Federal Election Commission, saying that, that he wasn't there. But the jury has found him guilty of all 34 counts of the all charges. So there you have it. Where does it go from there? I mean, what do you do? Put the president on probation? Do you send him to prison? Do you make him pay a big fine? It's crazy.
All right, thank you. Please be seated.
We're back.
Okay. All right. We're back. Looks like Daybell, we're going to go back. Okay. Well, Trump guilty on all 34 counts. Now we go back to the Chad Daybell trial, the sentencing phase, the death penalty phase. So here we go. Who the prosecution calls first. Doesn't look like any deal's been had, I guess, so to speak. Not that you can tell. But
All right, once the jurors are ready to be brought in, they can enter the courtroom, please.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, please.
Thought we were gonna get going, and then there was no sound, and we were waiting for the jury. That's what we're waiting on. So everybody was sitting quietly, and there's not a whole lot to say. I mean, other than Chad Daybell, John Pryor sitting there. John Pryor's gonna have to make the argument of his life to see what he can do to save his
Here's our president counter for you, Your Honor.
penalty.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Prosecution's going to call first to kind of prevent matters in aggravation on this particular issues, although none of the prosecutors have a whole lot of paper or anything.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back on the record on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court notes that earlier this afternoon, the jury returned a verdict of guilty on several counts that are subject to this capital sentencing phase, including in the verdict form counts 1, count 2, count 3, count 4, count 5, and count 6 of the amended indictment. The court at this time then is going to commence with the capital sentencing phase. I'll note that in this case, the jurors have returned, including the juror alternates that are here as well, and the 12 jurors who returned the verdict under Idaho Code 192515, subsection 5B. The court is using the same jury to conduct this phase of sentencing also. And that statute reads that if the defendant's guilt was determined by a jury verdict, the same jury shall hear the special sentencing proceeding. So we are in that special sentencing proceeding. As I mentioned, the jurors are here and present. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for continuing your jury service. You've again been seated for your continued service in this case. And that's the matter we're taking up at this time. To give you an idea of just the schedule, the court has some preliminary instructions that are going to be read to you this afternoon. We're going to commence then with further evidence on the sentencing phase starting tomorrow morning after I read these preliminary instructions. And the court's proposal on our typical scheduled plan would be to start at 8:30. Is the state going to be ready to proceed at 8:30 with any impact statements that may be offered?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that's how we'll run the scheduling at this point then, and I'll inquire as to the jurors going forward, also the scheduling we'll have during this phase of the proceedings. They don't need to be limited to the timeframes we've had throughout the trial, including, depending on how long this takes, weekends. So I am essentially leaving up to the jurors their proposed schedule within reason of when we'll work through this proceeding. So the court is going to read some preliminary instructions then to the jurors. And again, you'll receive additional jurors when you retire to deliberate on this part of the case. But for now, the court will just read these and those will be included with you later. So in this case, the defendant in this case has been convicted now of the crimes of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. We will now have a sentencing phase of the trial regarding those offenses. Additional evidence may be presented during the sentencing phase. You should also consider the evidence presented during the trial. Before the death penalty can be considered, the state must prove at least one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. If you unanimously decide that the state has so proven one or more statutory aggravating circumstances, then you must decide whether the imposition of the death penalty would be unjust by weighing all mitigating circumstances against each proven statutory aggravating circumstance. At a separate proceeding, the court will sentence the defendant for other offenses of which you have found the defendant guilty. Instruction number 2. Your duties are to determine the facts, to apply the law set forth in my instruction to those facts, and in this way to decide the case. In so doing, you must follow my instructions regardless of your own opinion of what the law is or should be, or what either side may state the law to be. You must consider them as a whole, not picking out one and disregarding others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. The law requires that your decision be made solely upon the evidence before you. Faithful performance by you of these duties is vital to the administration of justice. In determining the facts, you may consider only the evidence admitted during this trial and during the sentencing phase. The production of evidence in court is governed by rules of law. At times during the sentencing phase, an objection may be made to questions asked a witness or to a witness's answer or to an exhibit. This simply means I'm being asked to decide a particular rule of law. Arguments on the admissibility of evidence are designed to aid the court and not to be considered by you nor affect your deliberations. If I sustain an objection to a question or to an exhibit, the witness may not answer the question or the exhibit may not be considered. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been or what the exhibit might have shown. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement or exhibit, you should put it out of your mind and not refer to it or rely on it in your later deliberations. During the sentencing phase, I may have to talk with the parties about the rules of law, which should apply in the case. Sometimes that will occur at the bench. Other times you may be excused from the courtroom so that we can discuss those matters. You are not to speculate about any such discussions. They are necessary from time to time and help the sentencing phase run more smoothly. Some of you have probably heard the terms circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, and hearsay evidence. Do not be concerned with those terms. You are to consider all the evidence admitted during the trial and during the sentencing phase. However, the law does not require you to believe all the evidence. As the sole judges of the facts, you must determine what evidence you believe and what weight you attach to it. If any evidence is admitted for a limited purpose, you are not to consider it for any other purpose. There is no magical formula by which one may evaluate testimony. You bring with you to this courtroom all the experience and background of your lives. In your everyday affairs, you determine for yourselves whom you believe, what you believe, and how much weight you attach to what you are told. The same considerations that you use in your everyday dealings in making these decisions are the considerations which you should apply in your deliberations. In deciding what you believe, do not make your decision simply because more witnesses may have testified one way than the other. Your role is to think about the testimony of each witness you hear and decide how much you believe of what the witness had to say. A witness who has special knowledge in a particular matter may give an opinion on that matter. In determining the weight to give such opinion, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witnesses and the reasons given for the opinion. You are not bound by such opinion. Give it the weight, if any, to which you deem it entitled. Instruction number 3. It is presumed that no statutory aggravating circumstance exists in this case. This presumption remains throughout the sentencing phase and during your deliberations. The state has the burden of proving the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, and that burden remains on the state throughout the sentencing phase. The defendant is not required to prove the absence of any aggravating circumstance, nor is the defendant required to produce any evidence at all. The state must prove the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. That in this time then concludes the initial preliminary instructions for the sentencing phase. And the court is going to be in recess then until 8:30 in the morning, when we'll commence with evidence on that phase of the trial. Before we break for the day, does the state have anything further?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll note that the jurors will remain sequestered during these proceedings, and we'll begin again tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you again for your continued service, and that will conclude our matter for today. Thank you.
All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So I was a little surprised that the judge said, "Oh, we're going to go straight into the death penalty phase after they took a 1-hour break." He came back, read them some instructions saying, "We're going to begin this phase. This is what the government has to prove. You need to apply the facts to the law with neither passion nor prejudice, and decide whether the death penalty should be imposed. And they said we're going to resume tomorrow morning. Prosecution's going to have their witnesses, and we will start the death penalty phase tomorrow morning. It can be quick, be slow. We'll all just have to wait and see. And of course, all the other breaking news is former President Trump found guilty on all 34 counts by a jury in Manhattan. And he's just recently, I was watching, left the courtroom, and the decision's been made. I think sentencing, if I got that note correct, is July 11th. And we'll see what sentence you impose. I'm not sure if you ever had a president, if he gets reelected in November, is he going to have to wear like an ankle monitor, have to report to a probation officer? I don't know. Do you send him to prison? I don't know. Like I said, there were some weird things about this particular trial, just the way it was done, the timing, the instructions, the limitations on the defense. Some people are going to say it's justice. No one's above the law. Other people are going to say it's a complete sham. That's why I really wish they had put it on TV so the world could see what evidence there was, and we could decide for ourselves, was it a fair trial? Was it not a fair trial? Now all we just get is the information from people that are in the courtroom, and then the people that spin it on either side. Like I said, I still think one of the best decisions they ever made was, for example, like in the Kyle Rittenhouse case, they were concerned the city was going to burn. But if you watch that case, you could see how the jury came to that conclusion. If we had seen all the evidence, I would say, maybe we could say, I understand exactly how the jury could have come to that decision, but they didn't do it. They wanted to do it not with open courtrooms to the world to see. So there's always going to be that doubt and suspicion by people that believe that the president was innocent. And the people that, believe that everything was hunky-dory, it was all fine, are going to say it was fine. He had his day in court. It was open. It was an open courtroom. That's all you're entitled to. But important cases need to be televised. Important cases need to be open to everybody to see. All the concern about privacy issues that we saw in the Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, even the Koberger case, none of them come to fruition. It's just paranoia. The American people are smart and they get it. And for us to be able to see significant trials, we should be able to do that. But they didn't do it. So anyway, tomorrow, 8:30, death penalty phase begins. We shall bring it to you from the beginning to end, and we'll see if the ultimate punishment is imposed against Chad Daybell, or maybe he'll get life without parole, multiple life without parole. First one doesn't really matter, does it now? Anyway, that's all we've got for you today. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate you being here. And tomorrow I'm going to be traveling in the morning. We'll see if we do a show, but we're heading to the lovely Miss Chris and I are going to head out to Crime Con. And then I got to go do a court appearance in Charlotte on Monday, but we should still be able to do a show on the road as well. So thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. And yes, the Constitution matters, ladies and gentlemen. The Constitution matters. Have a great one.